everything, making sure everything. I'm hearing my computer audio. Now I'm trying to see if my mic can hear me. Cool. So my phone seems to be telling me everything is working perfectly. I got my desktop audio working. I got my mic working. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like I can hear myself over this music like pretty well too. Even though this ain't even like the max value we finna be hearing today. How we doing, chat? How we doing today? Copacetic kid, how you doing? I hope I pronounced it right. Give me just a moment here. I'm kind of like filling out the rest of the stuff. I got this to work well. Got a little background song I played. If you like the music, I also made this little thing too. I made it for a particular artist. Hopefully, they at some point send me back their vocals on this joint. Gonna do things a little bit differently in this stream. Ooh, cool. Thank you. Hey, so real quick tip. I'm gonna say this like in the beginning of like a few of my videos, and then I'll probably only like give a tip when I'm at. Alright, sorry for like cutting out. I'm also talking like my brother in between this. Yeah, how we doing on? How we doing today? I hope you're ready to like come in for like some real chill vibes today. You know what I'm saying? I haven't even like begun on the working and stuff. I'm just letting people like come in if they coming in early. Meanwhile, setting myself up for the vibes and shit. But yeah, the very first tip I'll give in like a lot of my videos, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this background music I got going on. Had everything ready. Very first tip is press F11 full screen. Yo, Di, if you want to, helps like stopping like under like windows like this happening if you were not in full screen. You see how like the Windows button come up and shit. Yep, that's the wrong button. Alright, there you go. Alright, we starting like from pretty scratch. Usually I like have like if I was like doing samples, I have them like already loaded up and stuff, but I kind of want to like show y'all like my bare bones type work there. Okay, I'm thinking here. Yeah, so typically I like my last video, my last stream, I kind of showed y'all how to like make y'all own loops from scratch. You know what I'm saying? Using the things that you had at hand. Like say if you didn't have like music theory or you didn't know how to make chords, I kind of like showed y'all. Like I know there's like a lot of AI chord generation programs out there, and ain't nothing wrong with like using them motherfuckers to like create your own unique loops. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying like depend on it heavily, but go in there, have it generate you like a nice chord. You know what I'm saying? Say like the plugins or the VSTs I'm talking about are stuff like Unison Audio's MIDI Wizard. I don't agree with MIDI Wizard, but I'm just bringing it up because I know it's like a really common one. I think stuff like Melodyne and things have that option, but the one I've been using is the thing called like Bill Spies is the instrument. It's one of those AI music theories. You press one key and it locks into an entire chord progression type thing. This was like really advanced type shit. And with this one, like I like what it has going under its hood. CPU wise on my computer is not that friendly, but it's friendly enough to where I can get it to work on both the stream and then like load up several instances. So that's cool. And I did that because I wanted to show like my original people, because I know a lot of people are still feeling icky when they use samples and stuff. So I'll be like showing y'all like kind of both ways I do my work, both like sample based and non-sample based type work. Today we're going like sample based because like I feel like R&B like reaps its best when you like take a sample and like re-stylize it. You know what I'm saying? So enough talking, enough prelude. We're going to go in my sample pack thing, and this is another reason why I don't like doing it this way, is because like I hate for y'all to like see me like cycle through like a list of samples. So we ain't gonna go through too many of my samples because you know like every fucking producer got like endless amounts. So I'm gonna just cycle through maybe like 10 of them and see if like out of the 10 I find one I like. Come over here. You might notice that I use a lot of cymatics presets. I don't only use cymatics presets, but like 90% of the time I'm probably got a lot of packs. I'm deciding which one I want to use. They have one like a big ass production suite one, Infinity. Go in here where melodies at. FOBs, RnB. No, these are stems. All right, here we go. Go through a few of these, see what I got. Questions in chat about what I'm doing, feel free to ask. It might take me a little minute to look because I'm not like used to having people in my chat, but I do look at my chat. I like this one. Let's keep our options open. Let me know if it's like, oh shit, I'm clipping. Let me know if it gets like too hard to hear me over the music, because I'm playing with fucking my audio interface to like balance this out. Yep. That's nice. That's clean. Let's see if we get some more. I'm gonna say that in my head digitally. Emotions. Let's go here. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hope y'all have a good time. Hope y'all learn a few things. You can talk to each other, or you can talk to me. Dang, I'm clipping like really hard, but you can talk to each other. You can talk to me in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Introduce each other to each other. Basically, if you comment in my stream, I'm probably gonna go back later and look at your channel, look at your music, give you some likes, and also subscribe myself. If I'm not already subscribed. Okay, I like that one. That kind of won. I'm gonna go through. Probably wouldn't even do the full 10, maybe like 5. I like this how it's like kind of like bass free. I heard one in there, but this kind of gives me room to like take that out and put my own in there. Yo, I like this. I like the name on this one, so we're gonna see what this is playing about. Alright, folks, I've decided I want to use this one. I know I said I wanted to do 10, then 10 changed into 5, but that's kind of like how I operate. I don't like going through like too many samples, because it's like if I do that, I notice I'll be in like my 50th sample, because like each one of them like gets better, you know what I'm saying? So, and I hate to like go on that deep dive, and I don't want y'all to like pick up that habit either. So like, go slow, you know what I'm saying? Find the samples you like. All this shit sounds like really well. Take this shit. I like cymatic samples because like you see it play like it has like several instruments in that sound, right? And you get like it's like a lot of samples from like say like B-Stars and shit, and they sell sample packs, and some of them come with stems, but a lot of them don't. Especially like a lot of the cheaper sample packs and shit. So like you're kind of stuck with like all that sound and like this one thing, and maybe you're like EQing several instances of it, and that's kind of like lame. I don't want to like go through and try to like separate the stems or like take it to some free stem separator and shit and things like this stuff you can do and work around that, but like it sometimes won't separate the stems right, and sometimes like maybe you do have that goated one that you're paying for, but let's just go ahead and knock that out. Cymatic has like even their cheaper packs have like fucking stems for like all this stuff, so it just gotta go around, because I noticed they're kind of changing their pack style, how they do their files. I don't like they newer pack styles. I like how they were doing like their older ones. The newer pack styles kind of lame. I'll show that like later, though. Alright, so the name of this is Super Slide, right? Let me go right here. Pick that. Go into stems. Super Slide. See, this is kind of like some of like most times they used to at the beginning they like kind of stuff it all in like one, so it wouldn't be like part 1 and part 2. It'd just be like just this, and it'd be all in one. Alright, so it's separated in parts by like alphabetical, so like the A's and B's, C, D's would probably be in ones, and the other half of the alphabets would probably be in part 2. This is Super Slide, so it wouldn't be in 1. It would probably be in like 2 or 3. I'm gonna try 3. Yep, it's a 3. Just the S's. There we go. And you see it breaks down all the instruments. You can get them solo played. It even does like a really cool thing, like say like noise, say like things have like crackle and VHS things. Like I hate my samples coming with noise. Like I want to put my own noise on it. I don't want like a single sample with noise on it at all. I want to put it my own. I like to put my own noise on it. So if it does come with one, I'll probably like just take it out myself with like an EQ or clean that shit and introduce my own noise. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't like samples with noise. I like it clean, especially with vocal samples. But that's just another thing. The noise from vocal samples usually comes from like the studio room. Okay. So let me go ahead and like go ahead and start slapping this in. This is like my basic default load up. Oh, hold on. 1 second here. There we go. Yeah, my basic default load up. I like just having this thing that's saying melody. Then I like having an audio MIDI track just in case I want to come in starting off audio MIDI. So today I start off audio MIDI. I don't know why I do this, because I usually like delete this when I start off, because I'll just add like another audio track, right? But I only do this because like this one, because it like defaults to load up this way. That it won't like rename itself when I'm slapping in files, and I just kind of like hate renaming it, because I could do it that way, but I'm kind of lazy. Let me go in and delete that. I'm gonna be using the MIDI. I need like several instances of this real quick. Just do like 3, and then I kind of delete like my return in the other call track. I don't really play with that too much. I know I need to at some point. I feel like at some point like next year or like the mid-December, I'll start playing with like my return track and shit. But yeah, I just keep my master track. I like everything like black and white, because it keeps everything professional. And then I like change the colors. Like I keep it white for like when I like low end bass sounds, but then like for like my melodies, I change to purple to let me know it has all the effects and shit. I'm just describing all this stuff because I want to like show y'all like my workflow and how I'm like changing things and stuff. Okay, so this is in a 180 BPM, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and change this because like you be getting me in trouble. I don't really like this warping, like auto warping thing anymore. It used to be like real cool, but now I don't. I feel like the updates should be like messing with my warps. Let's go in here and see the main ones. It even comes with like percussive sounds in it and stuff, and like the voices. It also comes with the MIDI to this. So if I want to change this and like put this in another one, that's why I really like they packs. It comes with the stems in the MIDI. Alright, so this seems to be like the bones of the sound. So we're just gonna grab this in first. Hopefully this like loads right, because I'll tell you, I promise you this thing to get me in trouble. Okay, cool, it did it. 80 BPM. I'm just gonna play this. Yeah, we liking that. Go ahead and change this to a synth. Oh, sorry, hit my mic. Bear with me while I go through and rename a bunch of files and load them in real quick. This is why I kind of like start this already loaded up. Sound lead. I probably should have like duplicated another one before I did that, but go ahead and see why the neck like warp right. This is what I don't like. Let me go ahead and like make sure, because it gets me in trouble sometimes, right? Because sometimes when it starts my samples off, it don't be like right at the beginning of my sample. It'll be like somewhere right here, and that got me in trouble a lot in the beginning of music. Like some of my stuff was like off beat, off time, just because this one little thing. So nowadays I just gotta go in there and like touch it. Sometimes I'm like mega zooming in because it could be like right here, and that's not good. Like it's barely noticeable, but I promise you, bro, no. Sometimes it's like very noticeable. So go in here, touch on that, get that at 80 BPM. I don't really need that one at the end either. And when you delete that one at the end, it kind of like redoes that. Let me go ahead and just stretch this out some more. Boom. Make sure that's hitting at 32, because sometimes yeah, see, hold on. Okay. What's up with this one? That's all kinds of messed up. Let me see what's up with this. I'm trying to see why it's kind of like hurting and stuff like that, because I don't need it. You know what? If I could just clip out that part, right? Let me just. Yeah, that's better. Like, I don't really need to see what. Should have started off this way. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut that off, and just like I don't need like when you like enhance zoom and it still like keeps that piece right. So I'm gonna just come over here and crop this real quick. I don't like how 12 kind of like changed like some of these names, like flattening is now called bouncing or whatever or some shit, and like cropping is now cropping to time section or whatever. I'm just gonna poof, and now I kind of like got rid of that end. Alright, come over here and check this one. But this one did it right, which kind of makes me upset. Make sure to. Cool. Alright, moving on. Have another audio. Slide in there. I'll make another one. Alright, we got that sign lead, and then we had a lower chord and a pad. Cool. Okay. 2 more of these. This one's also kind of messed up. I should delete the one at the end first, but I keep forgetting to do that. What's crazy is this one's about to do that 40. I'm kind of like happy, like this one is kind of like loading itself in, all kind of messed up, so I can show y'all like how to like fix tracks, the time and shit, cause like Ableton's warper is kind of hood these days, guys. I used to like it. I used to really like it. Or maybe my warp settings are kind of the shit. I gotta like play with that some more, cause I feel like my later warp settings are kind of like really crap now, and I really haven't touched it, cause the more I touch it, the more the warping gets worse. Alright, what we doing here? Alright, go ahead and highlight this. Crop. Grab that pad. Probably gonna place that pad like further up. I first my most minor instruments and like the front part, and then like the sweet little ads in the end type stuff to kind of let me know which one's like more in there. Cool. So this has to change. We'll be like making sure about these things. Cool. That's good enough. Slide that back. Delete this one first. Whoop. It's the undo history thing. Actually, let me go ahead and save all this real quick. Save. I'll just name this YT. There you go, buddy. Slide over here. There you go. the bass, I'm probably not gonna use like the bass sample. We're probably gonna like steal the MIDI notes and like do some stuff with that. I really like doing that. Alright, so we got our main instruments, that pad. Probably gonna pick up some of that presence in the. Let me just solo this real quick. I wanna hear what that's going on. Yeah, see that pad got noise in it. I ain't really messing with. I'm gonna take that out. Like right in the end, I can hear that. I do like it though. Cool. I like the verse style going on in there. I'm just gonna unsolo that real quick. You see, alright, next thing I need to do is load in that percussions real quick. Give me 1 second. Load in a new track, then group it. I might not even keep these, but I like to like just add them in there anyways. Because sometimes that keeps anyways. Group, rename. High ends. Grr. Why does it really want to do this? Like it really wants to do some of these at like 1.6 or 106 anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and delete that one at the end. Stop. Why are we bringing up the window thing? Okay, cool. Do that. See what it is. And I just gotta be extra sure, so there I go. I hate being extra sure, but ever since it's been messing me up, I can't trust Ableton no more, guys. And gals, I'm sorry. Alright, let me zoom in here. You got to get into using like the quick little buttons more. Go ahead and name this perks. I don't like the numbers. I'll just delete that if you've been noticing. Yeah. Cool, got that. And lastly, the bass. Load in a MIDI track first. Right, let me dump all this in here real quick. And load up, it's gonna be generic, but I'm gonna get in here and change this later. But I always start with my generic Ableton Grand Piano. Hurry up, we loading too long. There we go. Whoop, wait, hold on. I might come back into this MIDI thing and do something over there later, but I just need the bass notes. I could Longato this. That was one thing I forgot to do like earlier. Hold on, let me just go ahead and fold that real quick. Cool, we got my bass thing going. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Look, got some notes we don't need. Hold on. Won't catch me lacking. There you go, buddy. Might notice this is out of key, but that's what I was working on to fix here. Because it is a key. I just didn't set that up real quick. Alright, so this is B minor. I need to tell this to like automatically sync all this to B minor real quick. We'll go ahead and shift, highlight all these. We'll come up here. Poof. Alright, so everything's in B minor now. When I go to my bass, it's now in key. Turn that off. No, I don't like that being and I hate kind of like autos to like 10%. If there was a way I could change that in my settings, please let me know. I need to look that up. But yeah, now it's in B minor right here. Cool. Like how it like puts the scale thing in like more face forward in like 12, because it kind of just was like there, but it didn't tell you it was there in like 11. Alright, I'm just going ahead and play all this together. Make sure everything is everything. Yep. Okay, I kind of see that volume over there is off. I can't believe I didn't notice that. Alright, bring that back down. Okay, for some groove and test purposes, we're gonna add us a nice zesty drum loop in this piece. Go in here, clear that out. All right, go back in here. Somatics is like they drum loops can be put in stems too, you know what I'm saying? Or I could just like what's really cool about that stem thing in the drum loops is like I could like copy the pattern and like use like my own like drum one shots too, which is like really cool. Or set this up so I can remember this is my drum loop by changing that yellow. That going, got a groove. I want to work on that bass first because I don't really have a bass. It's got like a thing acting as my bass. That being said, we're gonna drop the grand piano. I usually don't work on my bass first, but I need to right now. Right, delete that. And it lets me whip out a handy dandy thing. Now where was I keeping this? It should be right here. As soon as it's done loading, some of those sweet time kind of things, because it's just not like CPU friendly. Somatics plugins, I feel like if you like running this stuff on a fancy computer, which I feel like a lot of people got a little bit more better setup than me, that yeah, it's probably easy on y'all CPU. But I like to talk about like how this shit like loads up on my computer. You see how it spike up to like 40. It's really don't like that because I'm doing OBS too at the same time, so OBS is really like adding on an extra like 20 on that motherfucker. But usually this would be at like a 20 or something like that. So this kind of like really spiking a lot. So I really started with this one first, because I'm gonna do this, then I'm kind of like freeze this and save some CPU power. All right, let's get this going. All right, so what this is Quake by Somatics. It is essentially, think of it as like a simpler, but for basses. You know what I'm saying? And this is the simpler right here. It's got like all these cool presets in here, from 808s to dunks, kicks, recess, and well, just basses and synths and all that stuff, right? But you can also load in your own one shots too, so it doesn't just stop here. You can just load it in, clean it to like whatever this thing is right here. It looks pretty too. So yeah, let's just find me a bass real quick. I'm looking. Do I want to do a Reese? I want to do something like mono though. And I don't want to mono my Reese. Alright, let's see what this come up with. Alright, well, that preset load. Because again, this is kind of beating up my computer midstream. Cool, that's ready. Oh, it might not actually fit this genre I'm trying to make here, but let me switch that up. Alright, we're just gonna play. Alright, the octave's too low. It's in the rumbly state for this one. Take a break. I'm gonna quantize this. I can very vaguely see some of those are not hitting the points, and I like to like have some of my shit hitting points, especially on my bass. Go up an octave. Quantize. Yeah, see, that was kind of up and this one wasn't. Yeah. I'm probably gonna get in here and lomglotto this at some point too. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. There you go. If I want to add the stops in, I'll come in and see what that sounds like. But see a little bit of this. Boat. That is not good. This is like completely new to me. I think I picked this thing up like 2 or 3 days ago, so I want to like play with things new too. So like show y'all like beginner stage, like kind of like music stuff. So it's kind of like I started with samples in the first place for this particular video, because like when you making music, like all the original stuff kind of gets like a lot of like God fearing, because you kind of realize, holy shit, I know nothing about music theory, and at some point you start landing in like that sample life. So I started completely samples from a sample store or whatever. All I say is like maybe when like you getting like your samples, make sure they come with stems, bro, because like you see it's paying off. And also the MIDI, because I'm using like the bass MIDI in this. Kind of married to this. I'm gonna add that to my favorite, but let me see what we got here. So basically what I just did there was I used shaper box, like little width freaking monitor thing. I think this one has a width monitor. Actually, I probably should have like started with that. Yeah, it does, right? You got this thing right here. Yeah, okay. So this one has one. I'm gonna probably start getting used to using this one. But yeah, I just used its width monitor to see if it was like in mono or stereo, which I already kind of knew it wasn't. I just wanted to like know the space it was in, and I wanted this one mono, and this is like its width thing. So if you want to like unmono things and like bring it to stereo and stuff, you can just easily like dial it in with this cool little width button thing. Alright, yeah, so. Alright, so this is basically like a tone shaper. Like I brung it down, you see it kind of got like a lot more darker. It gets like a lot more brighter, a little bit more sustainier up here. So it kind of went like it turned from like a sustainier bass to like a little bit of more dunkier. It sounds a little bit more funkier too. Alright, so I know what I'm doing. I kind of like in the arrangement of it all, I want to use a mixture of both. Like this at its higher end, and I'm gonna take it to a dunkier end, like at a different type of section of the song. Yeah, that's cool. So I can play the automation and have it do that, because this can all be automated too. Never forget to play with your automation, guys. Like if you automate like mid track, bro, it brings in stuff, and I realized that. So I've been automating like the crap out of like a lot of my songs for like the past like 2 months now. Alright, so let me just go ahead and keep it that way. And this is your filter. Like a 1.2 hertz filter on it, just so I didn't want like, it's basically like most would were like more of your harmonic key low end like rest anyways, and I just make sure like nothing's like peeking past that, so like all my other instruments can like have room for all that, like that top in the mid range, you know what I'm saying? But this one's like just barely slow up, or like almost in the mid range with it. So I like Quake. I'm really liking this one because they also have like another one. It's called Shockwave. Shockwave seems to be exactly like this. It's another bass sampler. I don't know why they just didn't like update Shockwave, but it came out with this one, and this one seems a little bit more expansive. I think like Shockwave was maybe like the test plug-in to whatever this one is or whatever. This one's like a lot more cooler, bro. Also, Shockwave is like, it's like 10% more of CPU than this one, so this one is a little bit more lighter. I see they like making like lighter plugins, but they ain't that light. Come on, guys. So I'm gonna give it to it clean this particular time, because then there's another multi effects plugin I can load on this and like add like some bass drum noise, and I don't want that to like get in the way of each other. So like these things right here are basically color knobs. You got a metal, you got a heat, and you got a push. This was like cranked up all the way. I'm just turning it down. Certain like distortion and saturations with these. I can really like make like a really good like curb stomp kind of like thing with this. Okay, so what's kind of hurting me is I can't like dial these numbers in. And god dang it, Somatics, you know I like them plugins where I can just dial the numbers in. I'm kind of that guy. I just can't like be like satisfied with this. Okay, so you kind of like minimize. That's kind of cute. I can't dial the numbers in anywhere. I'm upset, especially right here. Oh shit! There's a go back function on this. I know it has one. Whatever. We can just cool. Alright, so huge complaint, can't put in the numbers, and that's like a huge thing for me. So this is kind of like really like a lot of CPU, and it's kind of upsetting me because I think I need to like freeze and like flatten this thing to like a new thing, because I want to like add on to it my freaking multi effects plugin. And the only thing that's like really holding me back on is the fact that, god damn it, let me open this back up again. See, this is kind of why I'm about to do that. Hurry up. Alright, because I wanted to remember earlier I said I wanted to like go in and like change this. know what? Fuck it. I could just like record it this way and that way. Just gotta stop being lazy. All right, let me get in here and do this real quick. Open up a audio track. I don't really like doing this for my basses. I like my basses being straight up like kind of like naturally like analog-y load up style effect racks, but sometimes fuck it, just go ahead and mess with like the audio recording of a bass. I ain't too prissy about it if it stops me from getting like what I need. So, and I promise, like I probably could do this if I wasn't like doing OBS, because this probably wouldn't be like at a max volume. It'd probably like somewhere right here, which is like cool for me to like do everything else I need. But oh well, gotta do what we gotta do. Hey, focus on that real quick. Alright, so let's get that. You just make sure you press that button. Alright, make sure it's actually hearing things. Yeah, okay, it's focusing on that. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, go ahead and record another one. Which would be in its other function, give it like forever to load the fuck up. Basically, I already kind of like showed y'all how to like just make a like a natural little bass, you know what I'm saying? But in case you didn't know how to like draw a bass line, like make the bass line from the notes of the sample that's being played, you know what I'm saying? In an event that you can't get stems, Ableton does have like a harmony to like MIDI function, which works really good to like take the bass notes out of it. But it's like an 80% really good, and you'd have to like know to like throw some of the things out and like know which ones are still on key or whatever. That is something I'd share out in another video. I feel like I've showed it in like some of my other past streams, but I don't know which video. It's like a key thing I always do. And then like throw that setting down and record it in the style. And go. Okay, so it kind of over recorded there. Hold on. Slide that over here. Like that. Yay, CPU save. God dang it. There you go, buddy. Get it right. I like it when I do that. And I do that very often. Let's rename this. Okay, so we got my bass, but we don't have my bass just yet. Let's load some stuff on it. Blockchain Ultra. I do want to hear this with the whole track though. Raise that up an octave, this one particularly, but not right now. Blockchain Ultra. This is basically gonna be my go-to multi effects pretty much anything I'm doing today. So this thing is really good because it has like a lot of saturators and stuff for like basses and stuff. Do a sad bang. You know what? I'm gonna just go ahead and like load in a freaking preset real quick. See why I said I didn't want to like add the noise from the actual plugin that I use, because like the thing I was gonna load in was gonna do it. Shit, I needed it. Alright, it's enough stock load-ins. Alright, I'm going ahead and do something. Kind of like generalize what I want to do now. I think it has some ungodly freaking like saturators for like basses and stuff. And then the problem is I'm trying to decide like which ones I want to load in here. Like, let me just. comes together when I add fucking red line, because it's gonna have like this crunch to it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's clipping, but like red line's gonna like keep it like there, because this is like a really nice limiter, guys. Alright, I run out of this drink, so I'm gonna open up another drink. Just while I stream, I go through like a crazy amount of fucking liquids. Give me 1 second. Sorry if y'all hear like a lot of buzzing. Got a lot of guys doing groundskeeping work out there. I'm gonna kind of like tune down my mic, so I might get lower, because I feel like y'all can hear that. But yeah, basically, I'm gonna talk about like what I was doing here, because I really wasn't like doing that as I was like, God, they getting like a lot closer. But to my window, and I'm upstairs in a 2-story apartment. But give me a second here, because yeah, they right outside, and I'm gonna just let this play until like they kind of like walk away. Okay, all right, so they ventured on, kind of. So basically, I want to take this song, like the R&B song, to like this weird spatial, you know what I'm saying, like kind of like thing. So it's gonna be like some theremin sound and like effects and things and stuff, filter things going on in the arrangement and stuff. And with the bass, I wanted to kind of sound like analog, but like crunchy, warm things. So I got like a preamp running on it right here. I turned it to a tube style to get like a tube style kind of like effect going on here. Clean up the subs a little bit with my sub cleaner. Put a dual saturator on it, and what that basically means, it is a saturating both on the low ends of it and both the high ends. You know what I'm saying? You can kind of like pull my crossover, so I wanted to like focus on a specific hurt. Add some drive to it. I feel like I need more drive. You know, I just like see with this plugin, you can like freaking type the numbers in. And I like that. And the tilt basically focuses on like which side of it wanted to go on. So you tilt it this way, it's focusing on the low end. If you tilt it this way, you can get like more higher end harmonics. Bring that back to a 14. You know what? This actually has an undo button right here, so you just. This is very cool. Basically, I'm adding this in for like some indie style kind of fuzz noise to it. Like Amber is really good for like indie music. You can like slap this thing on like vocals and all kinds of things, and this works out. This is another thing you can slap on anything. You can slap that on anything too. This is an experimental slap on anything, and just stick to like subs for this and low ends for that. And somebody kind of like dial in how I want this to go. About where I wanted to be hitting at that 8 dB solid, and what's really helping that is this red line limiter. I want it to be kind of subtle. Keep dialing it back till I achieve such. typically have my bass. Let me just go ahead and say this and then like turn this red. I might come in and do some editing to that later, but right now that's steady. Cool, bass line. Moving on to my melody. We got a lot of work here to do. I'm gonna focus on this synth real quick, so let me mute some of this other stuff I got going on. Okay, so one thing I noticed that this sample has like a click when it restarts. I'm gonna play it again. I want y'all to like listen to that. Right there, that little pop. We're gonna get that out of there. And I'm gonna show you how we do that. And I can hear that like very noticeably, and I'm not even like using my Audio Technicals, which are like by default like sound mixing headphones, but I like really doing stuff on my Skull Candies, because when like I'm making my songs, I like to basically use a lesser brand of headphones to like get a better sound and mix of like the average music listener would listen to, because average people don't really have like the freaking headphones we normally would use. So, and these are pretty good though. Skull Candies are pretty good, especially for some Bluetooth headphones to be mixing in. I feel like these are like almost equivalent to like studio equivalent beats or whatever. And I'm catching that. So let me go ahead and load in blockchain. You already know. You can find this at Neuro Audio at my boys at Neuro Audio. This thing is currently on sale. I think the sale, I'm not sure how long the Black Friday sale, but it's on a Black Friday sale right now. And it's also on another sale, which probably will last a longer while. So you can like double those up and get this like offer like pretty cheap, because I think the base price of this is like 200 and something. I got this for 110 bucks because of like a loyalty. Like if you own any of the other products, you can get this off too. Enough shilling. I'm thinking about where I want to take this. I want to make this like VHS style kind of thing, but first we do need to get that clicking now, because that's kind of annoying. Come over here and load in a compressor gate thingy thing. Like I like Toronto company. This is gonna come like really handy for what I'm doing. Do a lot of Toronto stuff in here. This is basically like a lot of Drake. Like most of the shit. I'm still stuttering here. Most of the Toronto series in this thing. Let me come here and put this up again, because you can like separate it in like types, you know what I'm saying? Because it shows you EQs, exciters, filters, yada yada. But you can separate it in a series, right? You go into Toronto series. This kind of focuses on a lot of R&B style effects to lo-fi, and if I was to generalize it into like artists, you can get like a lot of The Weeknd and Drake styles, like SZA style, kind of like mixes out of like what's going on here. And this goes on like a lot of stuff, from like vocals to like melodies and like basses and things and stuff, depending on how like you want to like use some of the stuff. But today we're using the compressor right now. And the compressor with this one comes with like a gate on it, so we're gonna try to like use the gate to get rid of that clicking at the start. I'm gonna just go ahead and put it like a 10% and see what that do. This also gets rid of like putting a gate on your track. Also like gets rid of like some of the noise too. Really good when you like recording vocals and you want to like get rid of like that studio room background shit. You just want to like really lock in on the vocals. I promise you, come in here and you turn this up to like 10 or 14%, and it's just clean vocals. Oh shit, I was talking. I didn't hear the click. Let me do it again. Yep, there it goes again. Okay, man. Oh, it's still in there. Okay, well. Yeah, we're gonna load up an EQ real quick. don't like doing it this way, but I'm doing it this way. Alright, boom, bam, boom. Clicking's gone. Why? Because I first used an EQ little filter from Pro Q, basic shit, to kind of like give me a reference to where I want to take the Toronto filter in this motherfucker. And this is like a really good filter because it does like that underwater slash like virtual resample shit it was doing right there. Because you see it right here, you hear like that degradation style kind of like bit crushy thing going on up there in that high. But I will not use that one for the sake of the fact that it kind of clicks right there. I can still add that degradation in because this has like a couple of other freaking like resample things within the other modules. My only pain about this particular plugin is that it limits you to using them within the space, right? This upsets me, guys. I'm so mad. And the reason why is because they know that this type of format sucks because they other plugins do allow you to pull out their modules, and I feel like there's two reasons why they took the shortcut on this. One, because they want you to kind of like be stuck within the finger quote here intuitiveness of the routing, because what's really cool is basically what this means is it is just routing in a straight line. So if this was like, say if I had like several instances of like different effects, it'll be just going down a straight line. I hate it when I do this because I got to bring it back up. Sometimes when it goes like way too low, you can't bring it back up. But and when you press this button right here, it simply routes in reverse. So now when it is in that straight line, it takes all those effect racks and like it puts it in reverse. And it's supposed to ideally create a new way of flow of just like randomly creating a new sound just out of nowhere at a click of a button, which is cool. But at some point, it kind of becomes trashy at most times. That's admitted. Then it has this one, which is like a straight line. Think of this as maybe two of these on top of each other. So you got like one effect rack right here and then another one up here, and they'll just go going in a straight line. Then it has this one, which is a bit more harder for me to describe, but think about it as like now multiple of these, but now they only focus on like two at a time. The other reason why I feel like they kind of locked us out of loading the modules is because like this has like 87 different kind of like a fucking effects, and it is kind of slated to update too. I'm pretty sure the updates are going to be like not free, even though I feel like they should be free, especially for the people who picked up the ultra version, which is like, I want to say like $100 more than the light version. And if you're gonna pick this up, just get the ultra version. It pays more. Because I swear to God, the light version is a teaser. You could also, if y'all want to, there is a trial version of this. You can just go get it, and then like you can use do not get the light trial version, just get the ultra trial version. How it works is, and I hate it how it works like this, but it'll play everything and you can use everything in the thing basically how I'm using it, but it'll stop after 30 seconds for like 7 seconds at a time type stuff. So if you want to do like some cheap hacking shit and just like kind of like record like small and loops and intervals, go ahead. But that's kind of like wishy-washy. kind of stuff there. So yeah, and they have all their plugins like that. So you just go download it, and at some point, like, you don't have to uninstall it when you buy the plugin. Just go in there and then put in your activation code. Boom, bam, boom. It's activated. You can use it without the 7-second pause thing. So go in there, go to their store, and try out all their plugins for free. Because they all have like free downloads, and when you download it for free, you're basically installing the full version. It's just gonna like tell you, do you want to put in your activation code or just use trial, and you be clicking trial until maybe you buy it someday, and then like switch to the activation code shit, which is pretty cool. All right, so back to this, and again, I wish I could like use the Toronto filter thing in this way, but I'm not, so because the clicking. You could also like automate this thing to move too, though, so that's like really cool. I'm just not gonna be able to do that because the clicking. This actually takes it out a lot more than what I was doing with Pro Q2, because this is like a lot more focused filter. God damn it. I just can't type the number 5. You gotta type 5,000. There we go. Okay, so it kind of adds it in mode. Like, this brings it back. Like, the smooth kind of like takes away some of the degradation, but you add it, it kind of unlocks it. You want to add like a nice like underwater smooth digital style character as beat, bro. Go ahead and like add this shit in there. It worked its way back into my track, and I don't like that. It was going up. That's why. I'm sure, like, where did it come back at? Because, like, I forgot to, like, unroute it. Ooh, I can do it. I still hear the clicking in it, but I can get away with it because, like, it's kind of low. That I have my route right. took it like how I say I wanted to be like more digitized space light. I took it to like a more like a Game Boy style like effect. Just by using both these two in combination, like the GB filter could like basically these things could both do it on their own, but in combination you get even more of the like the effect I'm trying to achieve. It's really cool. You can just like quick swap these things, you know what I'm saying, in like order or whatever. It's really cool. And then again, like now this when it comes like I'm just gonna now have like several instances of like effects. I'm just gonna like throw it in reverse. So now it's filtering, then it's Game Boy EQing into a comp. And back in this mode, it goes to the filter, to the Game Boy, to the filter again. How does the filter again to the comp, the Game Boy, and the filter if I said that wrong in the beginning? I want to add a bit of movement to this sound. I'm probably going to load it in like maybe 2 or 3 more modules in it. So with that, we will load in this LFO. This thing basically is supposed to be like your one-stop all kind of like multi-FX plugins. And I know there's like a lot of things out there that claim to be your one-stop all. This one's one-stop all. Because not only can you use it just for like multi-effects, but you can also use it for like serious fucking mixing on your master track or drum buses or your melody bus or for just any fucking bus, you know what I'm saying? And all this shit is highly automationable. Like you could automate the rates in this shit to change mid-track. I'm taking it real like steady, so I'm just trying to find like which one of these is like hitting that for me. See how it's getting like all wavy movement style, like, you know what I'm saying? Getting like basically like underwater, from underwater. All that's being helped by both these in combination with now this now. I think I kind of like the LFO over here though. Let me try it back over here one more time. Yeah, the LFO's over here. So like when you're doing this stuff and loading the man, do not be afraid to like just take one of these and like see which one they like fit better in the position. Cause like what this helps you is now is like helps you like figure out the order of loading in effects. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you're making this shit, like the very first thing you go in is, damn, do I EQ before I reverb? Do I reverb before I delay? And the grand scheme of things is it doesn't fucking matter. There's like a default kind of like roadmap for some of this shit. Like, yeah, I would probably delay before my reverb in most cases. But fuck it. Sometimes you get reverb before your delay. Alright, moving on. I'm still tweaking this. I like how we got the rate set. My rate is like set. You can like play with the shapes of these. I'm gonna probably keep like normal sine, but for like the sake of like just displaying this, I'm gonna just like play with some of these. Get it kind of like saw-like. In reverse. That square thing going on. Alright, back to sine though, because sine is like the default best thing I like on a lo-fi. Oh, LFO, my bad, my bad. I can play with the spread, and basically this is like playing with like the stereo imaging of the lo-fi. I keep saying lo-fi, but the LFO. See how it gets bigger now? Play with the feedback, slap it up to 100. You can see how I'm like taking this sample to like something that sounds like wholly completely different just by like adding my own like effects on it. Again, this is like what it sounded like at first. I'm gonna get that bass in with it. Hey, turn the bypass off. Go back on. Whole character styles put you like in this whole like kind of like different kind of like fantasy Game Boy ass kind of like Nintendo space, you know what I'm saying? I really like this. Like I like this thing because like it helps me just like stop what I'm doing, and then at some point I'm just like looking into space thinking, oh yeah, I want to take it there, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe I want this to like be more analog or like more VHS-y, or you know what I'm saying? Maybe I don't want any of that. Maybe I just want like a clean sound today, you know what I'm saying? Everything pure. And I can just like come in here and just get that. Basically, this kind of like helps it like this line. You see, it kind of gets like a little bit more smoother as it flows when I turn up that phasing. It's a little bit more buttery in the movement, so it adds a little bit like phasing to it. Another thing I want to show is this thing. Thing has fucking halftime, guys. See, drastically different sound. You get like a drastically different sound just by dragging the effects different. I like it this way though. Favorite like halftime cheat for like anything is like keep it in like a 1 bar, hit it in like that 115. I like this one because this is like more accurate, right? It's a little bit more accurate than like cable guys because like you can't like enter in numbers or whatever. But even the dial is a little bit more accurate because now I can like put my smooth to 50. So just hit 1.5, put your smooth to 50, just let it play. Oh, wait. I did it wrong. 1.5 loop. I'm creating like this broken Game Boy style like tape, you know what I'm saying? Reintroducing like a whole lot more color, because again we went from this. Think about like somatics, like samples is like you just basically like load like this shit in and just like make your whole song from scratch. Like you don't even have to like add effects. 9 times out of 10 you can just like get away with the stuff. So as long as you know how to like build like really decent, like if you're gonna do that, like I say, if you're just gonna like rely on just wholly raw samples, maybe develop like some serious like one shot drum percussion skill making shit, you know what I'm saying? Basically see how I got like this far in like sound creation. I really only showed y'all like 2 plugins thus far. The stream ended up going on longer than I thought though, because this is like a lot of sound I need to poke in and like play with, and I'm kind of like inspired right now. And I'm liking this because like I'm noticing like my streams are lasting longer than like how I usually intend. I usually intend to like stream for like at least like an hour, maybe hour and a half. But now I'm hitting like maybe like 2, maybe 4 hours in one stream. And bro, I'm knocking numbers out. I'm really happy I got my setup set up too, because now I can just like come in and default. What my last video I did like yesterday kind of hurt me, bro. That was like a huge setback. I did like almost 3 hours of pure recording, and it didn't record a single bit of my freaking like desktop audio, bro, and that hurt like a lot. But nope, we got things going. I'm constantly going back and forth and looking at my phone now, something I did not do in that last video. Yeah, this thing's got a low pass, high pass filter. I think the bass halftime has one too. So let me talk about halftime real quick. There are several ways you can pick up this plugin. There's a lot of things that are like emulating it. I think the default halftime comes from like Cable Guys. It's like $12. This one's a little bit more expensive for like a halftime, because again you don't just get halftime thing. You get all this other shit too. So it's like a really good if you want not just halftime but some extra stuff too. Somatics has a free halftime plugin called Deja Vu. It's a bit more and it's free, but it's also a lot more intuitive as well. It's easier on the eyes, it's cute as well. You can basically emulate the same shit you get out of Cable Guys with it, and it's free. Or you can just pay $12 and use Cable Guys, or sink a little bit more money in and get like a mega thing, something like this. This thing kind of like, I get like a lot of impressions that people say this thing looks like Andrew Wong's transition, Baby Auto transition. It really does. Like I haven't like used it, but it does look like this, like that plugin when I looked at it. resample. I usually like loading this at the end of most of my stuff. Oh shit! You know what? I'm moving too quickly. I think I wanna add in some reverb real quick. I'm gonna add in hydro. No, hydro is like there's like this really wet underwater style reverb because it comes like this really tough ass filter. And I'm using that so it like comes in combined with the movement of my LFO, adds a little bit more like more moving to the like the melody I got going on here. Okay. You can change like the speed and the styles of it from like calm to like a steel kind of movement to like real choppy style. I like that. And like this controls like the speed of the motion as well. You want to get even slower with the calm. You can see it like kind of gets even slower, then it kind of like speeds up. It's basically like an auto motion thing. It just controls where that wave is like moving at a speed. Also, yo, what's up, people in my chat? Give me a shout out if you would like. I hope this thing you seeing is entertaining. If not, I hope y'all like really liking whatever I'm doing with this thing because it's like my most like underneath the hood. I feel like everybody should be using kind of thing. Obviously, we're not gonna like reverb this to 100, so let me just dial this down to like maybe like a 30. Less than wet that is now. Let me turn it. It's just dry. knobbing it off. Freeze this up real quick. Give me just a moment. I feel like I've spent like a lot of time locking that synth in, but oh well. Ain't no such thing as too much time when you making up them rhymes. Cool, that's cool. Saving up some power. Oh shoot. Moving on to this lead real quick. I'm gonna add a vocal loop to this real quick. I'm gonna play what I got so far, and I'm gonna just like add a vocal loop to this. So far, all we've done now is like create a real distinct sounding bass. We took our sample melody loop, and we've changed it. I've got two sets of forms. I have it in a digital style, then I have it like this calm underwater style. I'm gonna kind of like bass default it in right now. So I won't be bouncing that synth. I'm just going to freeze it for the sake of the stream. I said, bro, when you making R&B, don't forget to like put like a nice little vocal loop on it, because for one, artists like that stuff like that for like modern style. I'm not saying it's like a must thing to do, but like style culture wise, I'm noticing a lot of people who own me for like beats and shit, they be wanting like cool like vocal loops and shit in it, and like usually they want me to like take a song from like maybe Beyonce or some stuff like that, like somebody I already know, and I'm just like, well. See, there's like legal hands at that. I love to make that for you. I can make that for you, but legally wise, yeah. I would rather just like come in like use one like my own vocal loops, which is like lessen the chances as opposed to getting like fucked in the court. You know what I'm saying? Or I would probably record sometimes I do like my own vocal loops. You know what I'm saying? I get in my mic and record like my own samples. There's some really cool sites where you can get some old school style samples, but me personally, I want to like kind of like take it myself and like old school file. So this is my workaround. Just give me a second while I listen to some more. So we're gonna need that. That's a must grab. Insert another audio. We're probably gonna use like 2 of these. One for ambience and another loop. These don't really particularly have like a dedicated speed. particularly when you putting like vocal loops into your tracks. I feel like people kind of like favor to like more female style vocals than male style vocals, because it's a little bit more on the higher end, especially if you have like a male like vocalist. So like having like a higher end kind of loop kind of like chills out the vibe for like they're more like deeper end style vocal. It's just like a little tip. I ain't saying you don't have to use male vocals, because sometimes that shit do be rocking out. This one was fine. Tip when you like loading in drum samples in the Ableton, just go like -6 dB or put like a limiter on that shit or some stuff, because like this stuff comes like automatically like way too loud. So just having your drums hit like a -6 or like a -8 loops when you're putting them in just like keeps things steady when you're like working with drum loops for a moment. Alright, so for one, I want this lead to be a little bit more present. Because leads usually aren't that quiet. Slap a compressor on it to get that that dynamic range a little bit more higher, a little bit more louder. Like instant more presence right there, just like slapping a compressor on it. Actually, let me run it through a preamp first. Where do we get that? I'm trying to like get used to this. Where do we keep our preamps, buddy? Okay, so not in dynamics. Keep them in distortion. Cool. That's all I need for my lead. Let me go ahead and we have to change the color to this, but whatever. As long as it's frozen, I still remember to freeze this real quick. It's like after like loading in several modules, it's kind of like whooping my computer's ass. Give it a second. Alright, it's locked in. I want to move over to my vocals real quick before I come back to like the last 3 of these. That should be good and frozen. Yep. Okay. Let me freeze this too. Should have freeze it at the same time, but well. Cool. All right. I'm gonna work on the ambience real quick, so I'm gonna turn off the vocal loop. I get to like show like how cool it is when you're doing like blockchain shit on like vocals now. into the loop. to see where this sits in the mix. Volume-wise. See what I can do if I whip out the grain engine, add a little like more like sparkly, like top end, like melody, little itty bits.
Not the only annoying part is like grain bit ring out thing, but like a really simple little grain engine, right?
Running costs like a lot of granular
Plugins, but this one by far has to be like the simplest, right? It's got the three big like main simple knobs, right? It tells you like the rate of the grain and like how you want to pitch it. Usually I'm probably just like pitching it like maybe like a 12 or a 24. You want to get like real creative, you can get in there with like the itty bits right there, but basically like 12 or 24 can like really like stand out like some really good shit, or in the minus version, either way. I don't know, I'm gonna tweak that out and see what we can do with the pitch. Then you have like the delay rate, which really kind of open up like a lot more, and then you have like the mix, got your delay, your grainy bits, so you can like file that in some more. Like this is basically like the grain mix knob, and this is like the delay mix knob. And the cycle is like basically like imagine like how like a spinning rate of like how like the grain is like delivered. So like a 20% cycle is like a not so kind of like fast. I don't know. It feels like more like a feedback kind of thing when I I do this, but it's not feedback. I'm working on it. I'm working on learning how to like deliver or explain how the recycle thing works. And then you have like this reverse function where it kind of like delivers in like reverse whatever. And you have wider, which opens it up in more stereo sound. So we're just gonna play with these functions as like we work through. minus function on the grain. Like you can send it into the negatives. Generic like little slide. Like just barely audible to like something like more grainy, a little bit more magical, kind of like shimmery, like clean into the mix, adding like a whole different kind of like effect to it. Setup effects. What I was kind of going for was like kind of like a megaphone, kind of like cell phone, digital kind of like dial-in style effect, and I think I shit kind of like achieved like all of that just like doing this. Let's see what we can get with this. But it's not. Shut up. Plus it makes it like a ring out too much because it's like reversing like all that high end too. Let me think real quick. I'm not done. I wanna like do some more of this. Maybe just reverb and then like resample it. Maybe. That's cool. I wanna like whip that out in this project at some point. Maybe I put it on like an empty track. We'll find out. I'm thinking here. Also, I feel like I want to do this stream for maybe like a strong another 40 minutes tops, if even. So we'll see how that plays out. Sorry, I gotta take a sip. Back at it. Dang, where do I want to take this? I'm thinking here. You know what I'm saying? I want to like dial in that more microphony effect. So I'm trying to see if I can do like a telephone style EQ or something in here. I'll play with a few things real quick. I'll play with cone, ghost, and like low pass things. Let's play with some stuff. I kind of like what they're hear the sample. For another freezing session. Bam, locked in. Alright, leave it as is. Okay, who now? Damn, I almost at our end point here. Do. I don't like that, like that telephone kind of like noise it's giving me. I like the shaking. Yeah, it's bad. sound, so I'm kind of like delete this sample. Probably do like my own reverse one shots in the end. Poof, with a pad Q. Yeah, so I need to remember that. Let's save. Alright, so it pretty much like wraps up like my R&B melody mostly. You know what I'm saying? I got my bass. We did the melody. One thing I probably didn't do is like go through like percussion like thing, but I will like do a bit of like livening up a drum loop real quick with the same loop plugin I've been using. So you can come in here and then I'll take the easy way and just drop in a red line real quick. I just want to show like how can I just liven up drum loops type stuff. So I'm just gonna bring in. Actually, let me add in something else real quick. Transient smack, but before red line. See how they made my drum loop like instantly like more louder, clear and stuff, and add like a little bit more color to it, and it didn't like just like up the freaking gain of it all. It's not clipping. Sounds extra flat now, but when I just turn on the bypass, it's a lot more punchy. It's just like me using this on like a drum loop, let alone like me coming in like dividing this up and using it like on my master bus, which was like what I'm definitely gonna do. I would like divide this up really because I want to get like the kick out of it. Like I don't really care about dividing up most of my drum loops, but I do care about getting the kick out of it because I want to like have my melody being sidechain compressed with a kick, and this thing has a really nice sidechain compressor. Like get real fat with this. If I was like tweak this anymore, let's just play with the drums real quick. This thing real fat. Do some stuff like this. You can see it's not clipping. Like instant fucking just like character to your drums. Previously, you wouldn't really like hearing like all that like what the drum loop could like provide like before this, because like you couldn't like hear that like that little doot at the end, like just barely. You bring this in, it's just like instant like color, like start putting like effects and like limiter on your drum tracks. Don't just like load up like simple loops. You want to get in there and play with like the transients, you know what I'm saying? Like widen that shit up more. I'm kind of like dial this in taste now because I got it like to a screen.
Yeah, to work on later type thing. If I can, like just say this real quick and maybe like bring up another project. Exit out a full screen real quick. Open knives set the recent one mentioned in there. This is the one I wanted to show in like my last screen. Like I built this whole like thing like with it not being able to be heard besides maybe like a bleed through my freaking headphones, bro. And that was like really embarrassing. I just want to like showcase this one. This is like quite loud because it's mostly like a cyberpunk style trap beat I was making, but it's like really cool. Like I did like a whole fucking like 3-hour process of like unaudible shit while I was like doing this. So I kind of like just want to like describe like this shit real quick. Freeze this. All this shit was like done using like blockchain shit as effects. Let's get in here and like inspect this thing, right? Basically all I did was like run it through an amp, OTT'd it, then I added some saturation, and then I like added more exciter to it to like get this like this one noise that's standing out here. What is my stab? This is basically like my main noise. And this is basically like the raw sample. This is basically like the bonus hour right quick, like for like the next, I want to say like 10, 20 minutes. I just want to like cover like cool things I did to this track that I kind of like wanted to show in my last screen, which video I had to delete because I'm not gonna like keep a whole video where it's just like me talking ins and outs and then like all you hear is like simple crappy bleed. So
if you reached this point, thank you for like staying long. You know what I'm saying? Do not forget to like subscribe and like leave a like. If so, like comments, all this stuff like really helps me grow and like really excites me more to like want to deliver more cool stuff to y'all. But bro, I'm like really mad because I was making this really cool cyberpunk trap style beat and it just did not show. So here we go with a sweet part of this. And again, I'm just gonna like describe like things I was doing and the effect things. Again, I just hit it with a clean preamp, cleaned it up, you know what I'm saying? Because it was kind of like warmy and fuzzy and moist. I didn't want it to OTT to like take away some of like that low end too. I didn't like, but kind of had like make the mids and the highs stand out a little bit more. Hit it with that color saturator, kind of like touch in on it more. Gave it like this little filter thing where I kind of like bumped both like the low end and high end with resos. And again, the exciter is like what's really kind of driving it. So I'll kind of like turn some of these off as I go so you can like see what they're doing. Basically all that got going on. Alright, moving on to the next instrument, which would be my art right here. I'll freeze this again. This is gonna get me in trouble if I don't. Quickly. Hurry up, you. Alright, it is almost out the way and poof. Cool. Alright, moving on to the art. Yeah, just having freeze. Okay, moving on this. Looks like I did a lot to this one. Kind of like a riser going on. I don't know why the other one was so low. Basically, I just gave it like some, again, another clean. Like I'm running this thing. I'm using Tone Box a lot. You might notice. I kind of did the other one. So I gave it tone, ran it through a preamp, then I gave it compression. EQ'd it to get out, like clean some of that low end what it was doing and like make the highs shine. I like this. I like how intuitive this is. It's basically like a tonal knob curve thing. Kind of deharshifies like a lot of that high end stuff. Then again, I slapped in some reverb and then I put in like the delay, which is like really carrying in like a lot of bounce back pan features got going on. Not too much reverb, just an 8% room style. You know what I'm saying? Like really short pre-delay, really short tail on it. Nothing going on in my filter right here either. Alright, that pretty much describes that one. We're gonna go in and freeze this one. Like one of these things is like really carrying this in a second. And I get to like the part that's like really carrying like most of what's going on. Give me a second here, let me freeze this. Hey, welcome to the stream. I see I got like a max of like 4 viewers now. This is like as big as it's been all day. Hope you guys like really enjoyed the stream. I hope I like showed some really cool shit, especially like some of like the plugins I've used. And I haven't really showed too much because I don't want to like overload y'all with like too much gear and like force y'all to go buy so much. If anything, I've only showed like 2 plugins like this entire stream. Moving down here. Alright, I think the vocal is where I like really went crazy at. You know, freeze this real quick. Again, the whole track is busting like this. Whoop, let me take that off real quick. There you go. Yeah, okay, so I did like a lot to the vocal because the vocal was coming out like this.
So I really like the power this thing can do to like digital EDM style beats and all that stuff, like techno, and they can make some killer house stuff with like this thing going on. All right, so basically the simple version of this thing is like compression into some clean EQ, took off a little bit of low end, just made it stand out with my compressor, gave it a little bit of like air in it, made it stand a little bit more like breathy style with my air fusion thing, because it's like a vocal. Then I hit it with a Game Boy filter, but I use like the beat style coloring because I like how like it like makes it sound in this area. Put it through basically it's like a phaser doubler kind of like thing, so it's like some spread in it, like makes it like bigger in like the stereo imaging. Of course, then I put it like through a phaser, and then auto mod, which is like what's really like powering most of like that movement, what's going through it, which add like I wanted to add like some movement to it, as because it's kind of like a riser. I just set the rates on these like incredibly fast to get them like really in there wobbling. Alright, and again, like the difference between it with the mix would sound something like this with the bypass on now. The idea was like to automate the volume when it rises to make it go up and down, which I definitely will do. See, my MIDI controller is kind of like messing that up. Oh, by the way, I did not do like little to no mixing, which is why I'm doing like a lot of clipping. But like stuff like this is gonna do a lot of clipping anyway. All right, let's move on to what I was doing in the bass, because this is just my drum loop. I feel like, yeah, I got like a blockchain like effect on here, but we're gonna play with the drum loop, and then like we're gonna end it like the scream after I'm done playing with the drum loop thing in here. So that would be that, because I started the stream at maybe like 9, and it's like almost like my 1 p.m. So I feel like this is like a healthy fucking stream where I show like a lot of things I can do to melodies. My next stream, and I keep saying this a lot, but my next stream will be so drum intensive. Like I got like 3 tracks I've done on stream, and I just want to go through like the percussive side and how I want to do that type thing. But yeah, red line is just like to help the drum loop stand out, because like again, if I turn this off, this thing like kind of like just vanishes in the mix. Poof. But enough of that. We'll come back to that, because that's like real fun. Like at some point, when you're messing around with drum loops and you don't want to separate it, I feel like this plugin like real comes in handy and just like making shit stand out. Moving on to the basses is what I really wanted to show today. We got like 3 different types of basses going on in here. Did I freeze that? Let me go over here and freeze some stuff real quick. Hang on, guys. You know what time it is. Go poof. I'm not gonna really show this because I ain't like load any effects on this, but this is basically like some effects, like little ads and stuff, like my laser and screech and stuff. But none of that was like processed, so I'm not like gonna show anything of that because there's nothing on it. We'll go ahead and freeze this. Hurry up here, we got like a audience here, like 4 people in my stream is basically like 1 million to me. Come on. I got killer cyberpunk trap beats to show.
have to show this because again, I'm so sad that it didn't show when I was like doing my whole fucking 3-hour stream yesterday. It's demoralizing. Right, let's get this going. Poof. All right, that is frozen. Moving on. Wow, I love this track though. Like I've been thinking of like my rap lyrics on here because of course I'm gonna slap some vocals on this at some point. And I'm gonna show you how I process vocals. First I want to do like in my next like 2 or 3 streams, maybe like do drum intensive shit, and then after that we're gonna work with like vocal shit, like main vocal stuff, not like background vocal stuff. Alright, we're gonna start with basically I just got like 2 plugins in this thing. See, I work with like very few plugins. I ain't loading like 100 different types of instances of plugins on my stuff. Not anymore, anyways. Usually, I promise you, I used to have like 12 different plugins on one thing and wondering why my computer's just going dead. But no longer that. I'm kind of like being a lot more smart about this shit. Google workflow. So the only thing I have Shaperbox doing is like controlling the stereo imaging of like this Reese like bass. I like stuff like this. When you use like multiple basses because you can play with the space in it. It was kind of like all over the place, kind of like fuzzy. You see when I like lift this up, hold on. And it's bass wise, it was looking something like why it's not snapping. Hold on. Right, there you go. I just want to like tighten that ever so slightly, so we hit it about right here. And I just love loading in like Shaperbox with things on like my basses when I want to control it because it has like a nice little parameter thing. Alright, exiting out of that. I didn't mess with anything else in there because I didn't need to like up the game when like blockchain was gonna come and say today. Because like bass wise, hold on, let me just solo this real quick. The bass is hitting like this with it. Alright, without it. Alright, so let me describe what's going on here. I added a little bit of pumper for a bit of movement and taste. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of style in it. But I dialed it down because this is what it kind of sounds like at 100%. You can set the rate of the pumper, which is like really cool. And scratch my foot here because it's kind of itching on this big toe. Hold on. Okay. Still itching. I think, okay, I was wondering why I was kind of like spinning there. Let me say this just in case I'm like messing up stuff here. But dang, I probably shouldn't have said this, but whatever. So I kind of dialed it down of taste. I really like how I do sound at 100% because it sounds like it's kind of like glide switching kind of like thing, but to kind of like duck it even more like up to taste because you probably see me as I've been working through like a lot of stuff. I like dial that shit up to 100 because I'm deaf as fuck. Like my ears aren't that good, so I need to like hear the maximum up to my effect, and then I like dial it down to like what you would call the of taste zone, and of taste zones like tend to rest anywhere within your mix knob of like anything you're using, anywhere between like I want to say like 8 to like 22% maybe of taste. Then I want to say like stretching it to like really hear it. Like say if I was to put maybe like a phaser on it, really hear it start to take effect, you put it in like that 30, that 40%, and like anything is pushing to the extreme, it's like going from like 70, 100%. That is just like how I view my mix knob and coloration anyways. So I'm gonna keep it in that taste zone. This is my dual saturator. I kind of got like focusing on the middle of both my low and the highs to add like more harmonic kind of coloring in it. But I also have like my crossover kind of like focusing more on the higher end because the crossover like shows you like where the band's at. Like go back, and then like my drive just adds like more color to it, and then you can tilt it. Again, I think I explained this in the other one, but you like tilt where you want it to be like focusing on like more harmonics in the higher end and more like subby in the lower end. All right, go back. There you go. And of course, my analog filter is just like to filter out some of the higher end, like focus on it, which kind of like leaves room for like other things in the mix past that 600 hertz knob. This isn't designed to like stay on all the way. I think I want to like automate this to come in. I like how like when I turn off red line, it kind of sounds like it's in another room, or maybe like you're standing outside of like a concrete wall club. This is kind of designed to do that concrete wall club thing I was doing too, but like keep the crunch in it. So I kind of like turn like this metal kind of higher end kind of tone bass to like something a little bit more darker, grungier, but still keep like crunch in it, but add like my own kind of crunch. Alright, that's enough for bass 1. Moving on to bass 2. Which ain't that much, I hope. I say I hope because, man, I don't know. I don't think I froze any of this either, but that's cool. Alright, same thing with this one. I loaded in another shaper box with, but this one I squeezed it just a little bit more in the mix because I'm running like 3 different low ends here. So I want them like resting like different zones, with the bass 1 sitting a little bit more stereo like, and like the bass 2, which comes like a little sweet add for bass 1, comes in just ever so slightly mono, and then like my sub fully mono. Solo bass 2 real quick. Alright, get that out of the way. Bring in the effects. I didn't do too much to this one. This is just like that simple. So I kind of like took it out of like its bass form and kind of like made it like a higher end presence for a bass. Put like an auto wow. First compression, right? Just simple compression, add it up, make it more presence. Then I kind of like auto wad it to like make it kind of like more like zippy in its effect. This is what's doing like most of the effect right here. And then it gets like a lot more fatter and a lot more, even more present there with like the track slimmer color knob. I really like just like picking this thing up and just like putting it on stuff and seeing what it does. Trying to see why it ain't playing. This is not playing. Or did I pause it again? Okay, yeah, I paused it. There we go. Hurry up. Get to it. It was kind of like helping like that riff a little bit more with its like line and slide, I feel like. And this just makes everything all the more fatter. I think I paused it again. Hold on. Nope. Okay. That point when without it off, you just can't even hear it, but it gets like so more presence, like more colorful low end when I turn it on. I can make it even nastier just by like adding my freaking limiter on it, because that's all red line is. keep redline on this. Lastly, we will show what I was doing to the sub, and then we'll just move on to like playing with the drum track, and then we'll call this a healthy stream, because I think I've like over streamed, honestly. Like, bro, this is actually fun too. Like, I have no problem with like over streaming, because like I don't know, I think I've done like what, like 4 maybe 5 hours of like pure streaming. Alright, so for this one, I didn't like do the freaking cable guys like with thing for this one. I just like grabbed stock Ableton mono and just like slapped it on here, because again, I just wanted this style subby. Let me go ahead and play with this. I think I might do more coloration to this bass while we work through this stuff. Alright, so what magnitude is my handy dandy like sub low end enhancer. Bloom is essentially the sustain and coloration, and punch is like more of the attack of what's going on here. And you would like just dial this in ever so slightly using a mix of both sustain and attack to like find what you want. It has like this nifty sub solo button right here, so you can just only hear the sub, so you can like hear exactly what it's doing. It's simple, like they say, it's like a reference thing, so you could like only see the sub, but it can also just be like an automation thing. Like maybe you just want to go from like high end to sub too, so like you can like automate that to like activate. Go fully into the sub nature. See what I mean by this thing is like made for like this kind of like genre. what I doing with that red line that I activated with, so I'll be like tweaking it like this shit. It's freaky, but I like it. Say that. That's a major save. Yeah, I'm glad I came in and like worked in on that drum loop. Like, see how I kind of like opened in a little bit more coloration on this track just by coming in, just like putting in like effects just on my drum loop, bro. Like, and I kind of wasn't even gonna like keep this in a drum loop, but I think I might just like keep this in a drum loop now, cause like what it's all doing, or maybe just like make a whole drum bus and then like put this on the bus. Let's see how that works. All right, I'm gonna play this just like one more time, and then like we're gonna call this it end of the stream. That is it for today's stream. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It really like helps me a lot. Like, to again make more content. Either way, I'm still gonna make more content. So join in, have some fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, learn a couple of things. You know what I'm saying? And I hope you like learn. Like, at least like one or two things. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't know anything, feel free to like ask me in the comments. Like, yo, what the fuck is that? Yo, what the fuck is that? So it's fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, where do I get my sound from, or how long do I make anything? You know what I'm saying? Actually, anything like hopefully music related, and I would definitely have an answer for you. Thank you everybody for sticking around this long. I hope y'all have a wonderful day. My next stream will probably be tomorrow or the day after, one of the two. I hope to see y'all then. It's like a really like little sweet spot to like stop it here. I'm glad I also got to like display what was going on here with this beat I couldn't show earlier. Like, let me go ahead and like cancel that and like take that back to 3. Save my project. That out of the way and in the stream.